Proceedings are now resumed. You may be seated.
Private members motion number 3 of 2023-2022. Cayman Islands government to reintroduce the government guaranteed home assistance mortgage program, to be moved by the elected member for Georgetown North and seconded by the elected member for Georgetown East.
The elected member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move private members motion number 3, 2023-2024, for the Cayman Islands government, entitled the Cayman Islands government to reintroduce the government guaranteed home assisted mortgage program. Madam Speaker, whereas there is a lack of affordable homes in all 3 Cayman Islands, and whereas this has resulted in great pent-up demand for affordable housing, and whereas there are currently some 700 persons on the waiting list for affordable homes from the National Housing Development Trust, the NHDT, in 2021, the waiting list was reported as being 400 persons. And whereas despite its best efforts, the NHDT cannot build homes fast enough to meet this growing demand, and whereas there are Caymanians in the workforce able to repay a mortgage, but who struggle to find the required down payment for a mortgage. And whereas government in the past had implemented a successful government guaranteed home assisted mortgage, the GGHAM program, along with local banks, be it therefore resolved that the government considers relaunching, along with the local banks, the government guaranteed home assisted mortgage program.
Is there a seconder? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and has been seconded and is now open for the debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It shouldn't be too long. I think most of us know of the program. Madam Speaker, as the motion says, Caymanians have dreamed of owning our own home as long as I can remember. A home always took work to achieve, Madam Speaker, but it always seemed like a possible dream, especially owning your own land. However, Madam Speaker, that dream seems like a mirage for too many middle-income Caymanians today, off in the distance. And though you can see it, Madam Speaker, you just can't get there. Challenges to home ownership, Madam Speaker, are varied. That is why government home assistance policies must consider different solutions depending on the need. One challenge, Madam Speaker, has always been to save for the down payment that the banks require to get a mortgage. Today, most banks will provide up to 85% of the property's purchase, or its appraised value, whichever is less. A 15% down payment on a $350,000 property is almost $53,000, Madam Speaker. And with the cost of living being as high as it is, and wages hardly increasing with the cost of living being as high as it is, and with wages hardly increasing for over a decade, Madam Speaker, it is not easy for many to save all of that. Many can afford to repay a mortgage and tick all the boxes, Madam Speaker, but they need help with the down payment required. That challenge is not a new one, Madam Speaker. And that is why in 2007, during the Progressives' first term in office, the Government Guaranteed Home Assisted Mortgage, GGHAM, program was started. It was a very successful program that helped hundreds of Caymanians obtain a mortgage with their banks. Madam Speaker, the original GGHAM program was designed to help qualified middle-income Caymanians buy their first home up to a value of $200,000, with the government guaranteeing up to 35% of the mortgage in place of the required down payment. The GGHAM guarantee on individual loans expired after 7 years, and the government's obligation was reduced, of course. Madam Speaker, today the loan amount will need to be increased, and I will speak about that later. Madam Speaker, 6 retail banks were involved at the start, and the banks themselves made the credit decision on whether to lend. They secured the mortgage with the property, and they managed their loan programs. During the lifetime of the first GGHAM program, which ended in 2012, some 327 applications borrowed $60 million from local banks to buy their first home. Madam Speaker, from what I understand, within the first 7 years of the program, less than 10 clients had defaulted, costing the government under $300,000 in costs paid. That low default rate continued throughout the life of the program, Madam Speaker, and given the success of the GGHAM, banks were keen to get as much of the business as they could. So this program has shown that it can work, and is a model that we should have continued. As the colleagues on this side know, the last progressive government sought to renew the program, but circumstances overtook us, and the program was not renewed as we had hoped. COVID, then election. But I was pleased, Madam Speaker, to hear the Minister responsible for Housing commit a year ago to getting the GGHAM program going again as a matter of urgency. But a year is almost gone since that announcement. So I hope this motion will rekindle the Minister's passion for this excellent program. This is an opportunity to continue another effort started by us and to get it done, Madam Speaker. We will support him in this effort, and Madam Speaker, I personally would applaud him if successful. As I said earlier, in a new GGHAM program, the property value would need to be increased. $200,000 will not buy very much these days, Madam Speaker. So property value should be increased to at least $350,000 at a minimum. Given the increased value of the Cayman Islands property, the guarantee could be for 10% of the cost of the property up to a maximum of $35,000, just as before. But I recognize that banks may prefer a guarantee of 15%, and if so, the mortgage would be fixed for the first time the guarantee is in place. 7 years remain a reasonable time frame for the guarantee, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, depending on the terms agreed with the banks, the GGHAM could help deliver 100 homes to Caymanians, with the government guaranteeing between $3.5 million to $5.25 million, and put new mortgages totaling $35 million on the books of our local banks. Banks should be responsible for assessing the risk and providing the loan, Madam Speaker. But of course, if banks and the government can provide for more homes, then so much the better. Madam Speaker, I look forward to hearing the Minister's thoughts. Hopefully he's in the building, Madam Speaker, on how the GGHAM should be updated or enhanced. Madam Speaker, I also feel that perhaps we should add what is known as the BOYP, Build on Your Own Property, to this program. But I'll speak later on in an upcoming motion on several other opportunities in that way. But that certainly fits. The Build on Your Own Property model fits right in with the GGHAM. So, Madam Speaker, GGHAM is one more arrow in the quiver of solutions to getting Caymanians into homes. The risk is low, and the guarantee the government will take on is acceptable given the number of Caymanians that will be helped. We intended to get it started in our last term, but did not complete it. So, Madam Speaker, I urge the Minister and the government not to let that happen to them, and to do whatever is needed to speak with the banks and to get this moving. Madam Speaker, I remember, even though I was not minister, that we were extremely close just prior to COVID, where we had finally locked in the final one of the large banks in Ireland into the program. Anyway, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, this motion today is simply to encourage the minister and the government to not let the opportunity pass them, in particular with the upcoming budget, to reintroduce a program that has been tried and true and help our Caymanian people realize their dreams of home ownership. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to offer support to the motion. Madam Speaker, it is good when you can get up and draw reference to work that has been done in these kind of situations and get the feeling, should have the feeling that nobody on a hit you in the head with a sledgehammer, because that's exactly what happened to me when I even uttered the word a government guarantee for, and I use the word plainly, poor people to get homes. Because we might think now that it's difficult, and for many reasons it is. I don't think it was easy in 1994 for people to get homes. I had the pharaohs, you mean, to deal with. And I recall, Madam Speaker, getting the first government guaranteed homes program going. You heard every excuse in the world. You got a real estate company. People not gonna pay. Then people don't want homes. They want somebody to give them one. And on the excuses came. To my friend, Mr. Tibbetts, Gilbert McLean, oh, they nearly beat me to pieces on it. But we plowed ahead with a government guarantee scheme. The administration before that, although Mr. Truman was in cabinet with me at the time, the administration before him got none. And the administration, which was 84 to 92, got none. And from 76 to 84, one was built down on what I call the road by the Anglican Church. One house, Miller, had a little house there built by Mr. Truman's administration at the time. And then we had hundreds of applications. People just now had the down payment. Between 94 and 96, we had granted 169 or 71, 169 or 171 loans. Some of them I heard defaulted. But the important thing was that we proved that such a scheme where government paid the first 35%, or put up, signed, not paid, but signed for the first 35% of your loan, your down payment, so you could get your loan. And that's what they were kicking against, government signing a guarantee. I was Minister of Labor, Housing, and I think my friend Mr. Joel Walton had called my ministry, see this year, Community Development, Youth Affairs, and Culture. But that's how they pronounced it, see this year. And it was a tremendous battle. And after that, not much happened. We did grant some more, of course, after 96. What we did do at that time for the very poor and the elderly, we built a lot of homes, small homes for people. Not just a renovation, but we built complete homes for people that we knew, and they went through the processes of the day. And of course, complete opposition was there, and it was, you're doing this wrong. Can't take government money and do this. And then '92 came, not 92, that was the 92 period. 2000, we built some from 2000 and 2005, and then a change with Mr. Kurt leading government business in 2005 up to 2009. They put in this, the GG Ham. And I used to tell Mr. Kurt, the then leader of government, the GG was still there, but there was no grave for the ham. And we had took it back over, Mike Adams, Mr. Adams, in 2009, 2012, I think, built 70 homes. And I think it was after that again, 2013, that work was done to build some more. And that's just a little bit of history, because the fact is, we still have hundreds of people that need housing. When the government, when the minister, I don't know if that was in the SPS or the budget or whatever, but can't remember, but for certain, there was a statement of some kind that said we want to build 100 houses in this time. You know that while the outlook for us, we still feel strong, we still hopeful for our country, we know there are some indications that internationally business will slow. There are those predictions. And so revenue might not be what we expected or what we want it to be. And so governments going to have to be more, visit this one or the next one. I probably wouldn't be by any of these desks inside here. I'd probably be upstairs looking down on you, God willing. But we're going to have to be careful on the revenue that we utilize. And I'm saying that in the sense that doing a government guarantee is not putting up the cash, but attacking and dealing with some of those that can't afford a loan, because we have that to deal with. We have that to deal with. And there's the worst off cases. We're going to have to find the wherewithal. And whether we address it by trying to get the 100 houses or a mixture, we have, again, some of these are the things that are facing us directly. It's no better feeling as a representative, at least from my perspective, is when you know that you have produced something that people can utilize and people need bad and finally get it. The government guaranteed scheme did that. The one we did, the one the administration after that did. Getting to it now, with all the bureaucracy that you have to go through, I don't know. It's a tough haul. It's a tough haul. And maybe those who are in cabinet now and who has been there more recent than me might say, well, you know, we can beat this situation, this bureaucracy. Well, maybe you can. I'm glad it's you, not me, because I would throw the book away and start all over. The motion before us, and I wanted to give that history to say, don't think it's any easier, or don't think it's easier now or harder now than it was. I think it's harder now than it was when we put the first substantial government investment in the 90s. Because I don't think you're going to have the establishment coming down on you like they did with me, because they came down on me. You can't take government money to do this. You can't put government guarantee. You can't do this. You can't do that. Can't do the next thing. Meantime, people suffering. Children now got what they need to grow up and have something, have pride, and have a good home to be in. That's what was happening. That's why we had to take the bull by the horn. Population growing, and don't say about foreigners. Please, let us not push that idea up in here so much. These were our own people having children, some that were children themselves. But the country, and as representatives, we were faced with it and are faced with it today. And some of the results of what we're facing now is because of all of that. I blame no foreigner. Them they got money by land, yeah, they buy land. But we're not talking about people that got money, we're talking about people that we need to help, our own. So, while some can meet the mortgage payment, because we have that, the mixture of situations, we got that, but they can't find the down payment. No different than it was in 1994. Same thing. People can pay. You had that middle income group that could pay, but couldn't pay the down payment. You had the poorer people who couldn't pay. Really, some of them, like I said, we had to build some houses. They couldn't pay. Yes, some got the land, and God bless them that have a plot of land that, yeah, they don't have it. So I'm certainly, saying that we need to support motion, from my perspective, and we don't want to say that the minister is putting more emphasis on one than he's doing, because I know, I've been around the table with him, that he is working hard to address the various areas, government through the social development ministry and his ministry, both of them dealing with the very poorer ones, renovating people, all the people home, and some middle-income people, middle-aged people too. We have to do that with. They simply don't have it. houses in bad repairs. That's an area that is serious, there's house repairs. And I know that's not what the motion is about. So let me say that the minister, I think, is doing a great job. And every government has ideals and plans and wants to get things done. And as I think it was Sir Alden who, talking to us the other day, said that you can have all the plans you want, but you just can't get everything in a 4-year period, because one crisis after the next you have to deal with practical on a daily basis. We are a developing country. What do you think you can find? Don't know how you don't find these problems unless you did. And I say, thank God that we are still able to develop, still able to move forward, still have hope in our country. With that, few words, a little historical background. Madam Speaker, I certainly want to support the motion from the other side of the House.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Does anyone else wish to speak? Does anyone else wish to speak? Does the mover of the motion... I didn't see your light.
Tell him to turn his off.
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the motion, private member's motion number 3, which has been brought by the member for Georgetown North, seconded by the member for Georgetown East, is a motion that's worth, in principle, considering, Madam Speaker. I would say that the government has already put this plan in action. Madam Speaker, we have established a housing committee which we are bringing the reports and the recommendations from that committee to Cabinet very shortly. But there are a number of things that we've already taken on board and we're already working on. Madam Speaker, the government guaranteed home assisted mortgage program is one such element. Madam Speaker, we have had the benefit of a broad cross-ministry group who have put in a tremendous amount of time on the issue of home ownership for Caymanians in particular. How do we look at how do we identify the various factors that have created issues for our Caymanian people, whether it's the value of the house, whether it's the supply, whether it's financing. We've looked at a broad cross-section of issues, Madam Speaker, to ascertain how best to efficiently and effectively improve the circumstances, improve the opportunities for our people, our Caymanian people, to be able to get onto the property market, to be able to have that Cayman dream, as the mover of the motion mentioned, and the member from West Bay West alluded to as well. Madam Speaker, we all understand the challenges that have existed. We have had the issues of the significant increase in values of property. We have had the cost of living issues, the cost of living increase over the last 18 to 24 months. We've had the concurrent escalation in interest rates. We have debated that issue previously in this Honourable House, Madam Speaker. All of these things have had a major impact, a growing and escalating impact, which limited and has put significant pressure on our people and their ability to acquire a home themselves for their family. And Madam Speaker, this is something that is particularly problematic for single-parent families. But it does exist for others as well. It does exist for other family units. So it is something that we must continue to bring forward strategies, initiatives, programs to help address. Madam Speaker, I hope to be able to speak further in this Honourable House very shortly on another initiative, another piece of positive information, positive news on issues which directly relate to this. But the resuscitation, let me call it, of the government guaranteed home assisted mortgage program is one of those initiatives that the government has been moving forward with. And we plan, Madam Speaker, we have had discussions with some of the banks. There have been informal commitments. I don't know if it's, I can't say whether it's whether the one that the mover of the motion referred to or had in mind was involved. But certainly what we have found is that there is interest in the market, in the retail banking market for this program. They are willing to support it. The retail banks are willing to support it by and large. The credit union is willing to support it as well. So this is something that we have had these discussions about. We are moving forward, and I am hopeful that we'll be able to have something in place during the first quarter of 2024 and to be able to move forward and have this available, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, recently we have had, let's say about a couple of months ago now, we had the good news that there was a pause by the Federal Reserve in the raising of interest rates that had been occurring over the past probably 16, 18 months. And yesterday, similarly, we had good news in the sense that the Federal Reserve again decided they were not going to raise rates at this time. However, Madam Speaker, what the chairman did say at that meeting was that while they weren't going to raise rates at this point, there was still the likelihood that before the end of the year there may be another increase in rates. But perhaps even further than that, there is the perception that rates are unlikely to go down anytime in the near future. Because the sense, Madam Speaker, is that the U.S. economy is actually stronger than anticipated, and that is driving the potential for increased levels of inflation. So the sense is that interest rates at the current levels aren't going to start going down in the near term. Madam Speaker, I say that to say that while there's good news in that sense, that the rate hasn't been increased as of yesterday, we may be in a situation where the rates aren't going to go down anytime soon. And by that I mean certainly not within the next 6 months, maybe even 12 months. So, Madam Speaker, that gives rise to a situation where the challenges are going to remain in relation to both the cost of living and the cost of mortgages for people, but also difficulties in being able to afford that financing, being able to afford the acquisition of that home that we all want our people to be able to have the opportunity to acquire. So this is something that, again, has been in the forefront of the minds of this entire government from the time we were in office, really. But a concerted effort has been made since last year to work on all of the different factors and to start addressing some of those. As I said, I'll be speaking hopefully some more shortly on this. But in terms of this government guaranteed home assisted program initiative, mortgage program initiative, this is something that we absolutely have accepted. We will have it underway, as I said, hopefully before the end of Q1 of next year. And clearly, it is going to be very relevant, and is going to be one of the pieces, one of the solutions that will help our people to be able to achieve the Cayman dream, to be able to acquire a home in which their family, their children can grow up in the same way that perhaps their parents were able to raise their families, their children, in their own home. That's really important, Madam Speaker. It's important given the current situation. We talked about it earlier today, dealing with the other motion. People are feeling, I think it's not even unique to Cayman, to be honest. It seems to be an issue that's going on around the world. There are a lot of uncertainties. There's a lot of concern. And anything we can do to help anchor our families, anchor our people with opportunities for them to have their own home, Madam Speaker, that will go a lot to helping to stabilize families, stabilize society, and create a more positive perception amongst our people. Some of it, Madam Speaker, is anxiety. Some of it is, as I said, the uncertainty brought about by geopolitical factors. But programs like this help, Madam Speaker. And I remember back in 2016, there was a strong discussion then with the then government and a plan at that time to resuscitate this program, as I said. Because I think there are still programs, there are still properties that are under this program. It's just that we haven't expanded it, we haven't done anything new. And we will have to expand it. We will have to recognize that property values have gone up. We will have to recognize the opportunities, as the member from Georgetown North noted, that people may have their own properties, and this can help them build on their own properties, Madam Speaker. It can also help through possibly through the NHDT. But whatever the case, Madam Speaker, this presents positive opportunity. And we will be setting those parameters which reflect current market rates. And we will be agreeing the amounts and finalizing the documentation with the banks, those members of those banks who form the retail banks, as well as the credit union, to be able to implement this program, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said, there are not many things that really make people feel like that they belong and they have strong opportunity within their community as being able to own their own property, to have the pride and the dignity of knowing that they can own property, they can raise their families. As I said, Madam Speaker, there are so many different factors that are important in this equation. There are so many different aspects. It's not just the acquisition costs, Madam Speaker. This is a part of the solution in terms of acquisition. But we have other challenges too. One of those is, how do we help people to lower their cost of operating their homes, to maximize their opportunity, to be able to afford their homes, and to be able to enjoy their homes with their families without having growing burdens that have a major impact on their ability to enjoy a reasonable quality of life. And I say that, Madam Speaker, in terms of making sure that homes are as efficient as possible, making sure that their ceilings or rooftops are insulated, there's foaming, there is double glazing of windows to improve efficiencies, sealing of windows and doors, so that the efficiencies of their existing systems keep the cost down for operating these homes. Madam Speaker, under my ministry, we have implemented a program called CHEER, which is the Cayman Home Energy Retrofit. And that, Madam Speaker, is a program designed to help keep those costs under control. This, Madam Speaker, is an opportunity to provide one piece, one aspect, one tool to be able to continue to allow or continue to facilitate our people getting on the property ladder and being able to afford that and live reasonably well, Madam Speaker. It is, I know that at times discussing sustainability, discussing the need to have efficiencies, maybe the last thing that people have in their mind. People want to be able to, their first instinct is, yes, I want to buy this property. Or they want to build a property. But they don't think of what may be necessary. Maybe it's a renovation, maybe it's a retrofit, or if it's a new building, they need to think about those efficiencies. There are times, Madam Speaker, when people think of building a house and they have a preconceived idea of how big they want the house because it fits a narrative for them that makes them feel like this is what we should have, this is what we should be able to afford. And then when they find out that the cost of a building has gone up and the cost of the property has gone up significantly, they have the task then of saying, well, how do I afford this? And quite often what happens is they start going through what some of the architects and quantity surveyors will call a... Yes, sir, I know. Just taking my time. Thank you, though. No. Value engineering. Thank you to the member. Well, that's what it's called. Value engineering. Some people do it without calling it a name, but too often, Madam Speaker, they don't actually deal with the important stuff that will help to keep their cost of operating their house low or within a reasonable level that they can afford. They start cutting the AC rating, SEER rating, energy efficiency rating, because you can get a system that costs $5,000 more and you have great efficiency, and you have a system that costs a lot less. You think you can afford it. It helps to, helps for you to keep your higher square footage that you initially desire. Same with the windows, same with perhaps added insulation, foam in the ceilings, these types of things. Madam Speaker, that leads to a situation. It's a false economy. And it leads to a situation where people have homes that are far less efficient than they should have, and their operating costs are therefore too high. So, Madam Speaker, part of the solution as well is to encourage people to not make those sort of mistakes. Encourage them to seek efficiencies around the impact the operations of their home, so that they can afford not just to acquire it, but also, Madam Speaker, to continue to enjoy it and live in it comfortably. Madam Speaker, in closing, let me say that there may be other colleagues who will speak. Sorry? Maybe other colleagues who will speak on this, but this is absolutely a part of a variety of initiatives that this government has been undertaking and will continue to implement those in stages. And as I said, in the coming week or 2 weeks, we will roll out additional initiatives which will help to address the opportunities, increase the opportunities, provide chances for our people to be able to acquire homes. And this is one of those that is absolutely on the table, on the agenda, and it is being worked on and finalized. Madam Speaker, the good thing is it's not something that we have to specifically address in the budget. It is not an appropriation that we have to make specifically, because it effectively involves contingent liabilities for government, Madam Speaker. What we will need to do is we need to basically reserve or ring fence certain amounts of funds which will be sufficient to meet the anticipated contingent liability. So it's not a difficult issue for us from a budget perspective, Madam Speaker. So, and you won't necessarily see this reflected in the budget as we go forward. But obviously, I'm sure members will ask to what extent funds are being reserved in this respect, and that's fine. We can provide those details. But you will not see a specific appropriation for this particular matter. Madam Speaker, I think with those few words, I want to again reconfirm that this is a matter that the government has had on its agenda. We are working through this. We are implementing it. And it is one of the important pieces, as I said, one of the important tools that can be used to help our people. Madam Speaker, the member for planning, the Minister for Planning will certainly be able to speak. I think it's his intention to provide some information around the activities of his ministry and the extent to which we are making significant progress on the provision of affordable housing in particular. We're on track, Madam Speaker, to have more affordable housing available to the people of this country than I think probably would have been done in the last 2 terms. So it represents a clear commitment to the people of this country, and this, and the initiative around this, the actions to move this forward, represents just another important part of that commitment, Madam Speaker. The people of this country, the people of this country, the young people of this country who need assistance, who need the opportunity, who would welcome that opportunity, to feel that they are a part of a strong, successful community and society. And they deserve that, Madam Speaker. They deserve our ability to provide those opportunities for them. With that, Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
The elected member for Easton.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I rise to give a contribution to private members' motion number 3 of 2023-24, moved by Mr. Joseph Hugh, MP for Georgetown North, and seconded by the Honorable Roy McTaggart, JP MP for Georgetown East, regarding the reintroduction of the Government Guaranteed Assistance Mortgage Program, otherwise known as GGHAM. In discussion with the Minister and the Ministry, I know that what I'm going to be presenting here, they are fully aware and very supportive of this position. But all in all, Madam Speaker, the government acknowledges the concerns raised by the honourable members in regards to the acute shortage of affordable homes across the Cayman Islands and the resulting demand for such housing. The NHDT also reinforces the gravity of that situation, and I would also like to inform this esteemed House that since 2021, conversations regarding the reintroduction of the Government Guaranteed Home Assistance Mortgage Program or similar programs had been started. The dialogue involve the former Deputy Premier and other honourable members and colleagues, and is a clear demonstration of the government's proactive stance in this crucial matter. On June 15, 2023, the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure submitted a cabinet paper reflecting a relentless commitment to alleviating the housing crisis. And this paper sought cabinet support for a new and modernized government-guaranteed program aimed clearly at assisting first-time Caymanian homeowners who can qualify for a mortgage but struggle with the financial requisites for the necessary contributions such as deposits and collateral. This modernized proposal, designed to be in line with the current market conditions, harbors some pivotal amendments to the initial GGHAM program, and is certainly not limited to just the maximum borrowing amount that will see a substantial increment from the 200,000 that would be more in line with market conditions and providing a broader spectrum of financial aid. The program aims to collaborate with all financial institutions, as discussed earlier by our Premier, that will be extended beyond just Class A banks, ensuring a wider reach and inclusivity. There is also a proposed alteration to the terms of years, aligning the program with contemporary needs and circumstances. And throughout the formulation of this proposal, Madam Speaker, the Ministry engaged in extensive consultations with the Ministry of Finance, ensuring a holistic approach, incorporating their invaluable insights into the cabinet paper. I, along with the Minister and the esteemed colleagues within the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, understood the profound importance of this and the transformative impact it can have on lives of our Caymanian people. Hence, the Minister commissioned the Ministry team to develop a national plan to continue to advocate for shelter for our people while discussions continue within the Cabinet. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the government remains unwavering, committed to addressing the housing predicament faced by the citizens of this country. Our endeavors to reintroduce and modernize the government-guaranteed mortgage program illustrates the dedication to providing tangible solutions to the pressing concerns of our people. Madam Speaker, the Minister, of whom I'm the Parliamentary Secretary to, myself and this government want to assure this Honourable House and the public that we persist in our efforts to secure accessible and affordable housing for all, collaborating with all relevant stakeholders and employing innovative strategies to navigate the complexities of the current housing landscape. Madam Speaker, to this end, I know that the Minister would also welcome further collaboration on this vital matter, working towards a future where every Caymanian has a place they can call home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give my contribution to this very important motion brought by the Deputy Leader of Opposition. Hopefully I won't have to be very long, as the Honourable Premier has covered much as well as the Parliamentary Secretary for the Ministry of Planning, Housing and Agriculture. Has covered much as well, and I do think there may be other members to give contributions to this debate. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start by saying that I want to thank the administration of, what is it now, 2005 to 2009, I believe? Or was it 2009 to 2013? No, 2005 to 2009, when the Honorable former Minister for Housing, the Honorable Kirk Tibbetts, was at the helm. Because, Madam Speaker, I am a recipient of the first GGHAM program myself. As a young father, being a television reporter at Cayman 27, not making very much, but hopefully making an impact on my community, wanting to make sure that I had a safe place and a roof over my head. I was happy that the administration at that time allowed the program, upon which I merely came up with 1% of the cost of my first apartment and 1% for the legal fees. So, thankfully, after a couple months of savings, I only had to come up with like $3,000 to $4,000 for a $199,000 apartment at the time. So I want to say first thanks to those who first started such a program. And I say that because we know that it can work. Madam Speaker, though I appreciate the Deputy Leader of Opposition's motion before the House, I can understand why he'd bring it, because we as a government haven't announced our intentions yet, because we've been busy working. And Madam Speaker, there may be a possibility that it is going to be perceived, because I know the role of opposition quite well and how to use it to your advantage in strategic timing efforts. And it's probably going to come off and be seen as the opposition mandates the government to have the GGHAM program instilled. And Madam Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity to, for those who are listening to these very important discussions in this House, to know this was always the intention of this administration to do so. As we all know, we're just about a month and a half away from our budget discussions, where the Honorable Premier had just recently said he will make further announcements. So by all means, this administration had every intention of bringing the GGHAM program to life after its untimely passing in the last administration. I won't get into the politics of that. That's not necessary. The Deputy Leader of Opposition said circumstances economically has caused why it was not reintroduced, and I respect that. And we can say the same as to why it hasn't been implemented right away within the first budget of this administration. So, Madam Speaker, we don't have to go down the road of that. We all recognize that the first budget of this administration was what we considered to be the COVID budget. And I'm glad to say that within our housing discussions, the GGHAM program is a priority and will be implemented. Madam Speaker, also to say that we all recognize that the Park administration is made up of a group of independent members who've come together in the interests of the Caymanian people to lead a new way forward. And Madam Speaker, I try my best to remind myself that this booklet, which is my manifesto, is what I committed to the people of this country. And in this booklet, on page 4, under housing, I gave the commitment to the people of Georgetown Central that I would advocate for the reintroduction of the government-guaranteed home assistance mortgage program. And I'm happy to say that my colleagues have all agreed that that is something important, and that I can go back to the people of Georgetown Central and said, this is another tick within the commitment I gave to them. And I'm happy to say, Madam Speaker, I'm well over 50% of this book, because this is going to be my mark. So for campaign time, you guys can be ready to hold me accountable, because the Park administration have met a lot of my manifesto points. Madam Speaker, as you heard the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary highlight the positions of the Housing Minister, I think it's already acknowledged that the GGHAM program, though the Deputy Leader of Opposition have highlighted for the Minister for Housing to respond, it is under the remit of housing as a whole, but the GGHAM is actually something that would be dealt with by the Minister responsible finance, because the regulatory framework around a guarantee, as the motion speaks to. And thankfully, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Premier has already highlighted that. But I want to add to the fact for this Honourable House and the good people of Northside to know, and the country to know, the Honourable Minister J.E. Banks have been working tremendously hard on the commitment for housing, with the limitations that we have before us financially, time-wise, depending on technocrats and civil servants and boards to go through the hurdles and the sometimes what some people would call the bureaucracy and red tape of procedural matters and planning codes and everything else. And I think he's been doing as much as he possibly can in light of the circumstances, still recognizing that some of the changes that we would want to have financial implications. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. So I want to take this opportunity to thank him, and the good people of Northside should be very proud for the hard work in this area. And if we take a little check, do a little Google search on the housing, particularly with the low-income housing, you'll see that progression is going well and expected to continue. Madam Speaker, I want to highlight that though we appreciate the opposition bringing this attention to this matter, one that we already support and we intend to vote for, that this administration is not attacking the housing situation as per the whereas clauses within the motion in a singular approach. Madam Speaker, I know the Premier touched on this, but I think it's important that I opine on it further to say that, yes, the GGHAM program is one area that will be helping in this respect with the housing problems that we're having. And I think there's a collusion of discussions about different matters around housing. Now, the GGHAM program is specific to persons buying homes. There's a number of other things that we're dealing with to make sure people maintain their homes or to ensure that they get the opportunity to build on property and so forth. And I know that the Deputy Leader of Opposition is aware of the multiple approaches that we're taking. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some of those different areas upon which we are trying to do that. And sometimes it may not even seem like it is something specific to housing, but it does have an effect on the housing costs, therefore having an effect on the availability of housing for Caymanians. Madam Speaker, an example of that. We're currently working on the minimum wage, waiting on the minimum wage report. And it is expected, as most people know, that the minimum wage will increase. That will give opportunities for more Caymanians to have more money in their accounts, to be able to qualify for a GGHAM program. Because, Madam Speaker, one would agree that even if the GGHAM program was available to a first-time Caymanian homeowner who's making $6 an hour, the chances of them qualifying is small. So that's one way, trying to make sure that there's more money in the pockets of Caymanians that we're trying to address. Madam Speaker, another way of affecting the housing situation is trying to manage the pricing to some degree. Now, it's not expected for us to get into private sector and control market prices, but sometimes when market prices are out of control, minor changes can adjust the supply and demand. And these next two things that I'm going to be talking about, Madam Speaker, are going to have a cause on the supply and have a cause on the demand. And Madam Speaker, the first one is, you are well aware that the government is currently waiting on a document that speaks about the reform to the point system for persons who are applying for residency. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm quite familiar with this area because it was something that I campaigned heavily on in 2017. And I think that the fact that purchasing property in a house increased as soon as that came into fruition, increased the demand on housing. Because we all know that when we're speaking about assistance for Caymanians owning homes, we're only talking about 50% of our population. And at current 82,000, I think we're just under 50%. You're talking about 40,000 people potentially eligible to get it, excluding young persons and persons who already have their homes. And with the point system referring to buying property and homes and land as an investment to get points for the PR, you basically double the amount of people who want homes. I'm not suggesting, Madam Speaker, that once the point system has been reformed and we make adjustments to that particular section of the point system, that there are going to be PR persons who don't want to buy homes, but they're not going to be incentivized as a way to try to get PR by only buying a home. So therefore, I think the demand will decrease. What percentage, I can't tell you, but simple economics will tell you that the demand for it will drop. And therefore, dropping in the demand for housing, chances are prices will decrease, which will put it within a reasonable reach for Caymanians today. Madam Speaker, the other area of demand and supply that we were speaking about was the availability of housing. And obviously, Madam Speaker, we can't speak about housing without speaking about land. And obviously, we also know that land prices has increased tremendously over the last 4 to 5 years. And predominantly, and particularly within the last 3 to 2 years. Now, Madam Speaker, I've said this before in this Honorable House, but it's worth reiterating the fact that why I was a strong proponent for the East-West Arterial going as far as Frank Sound, not only for the opportunities of traffic efficiency, not only for the opportunities of having an exterior road or interior road for emergency services, emergency purposes when hurricanes are there, but also to the access of more available land to get on the market. And the more demand, more supply you have on the market, therefore the price will come down. Simple economics, supply and demand. And Madam Speaker, this is yet again another area where myself and others from the East may talk about the importance of the road. The importance of the road has a concept to do with housing. So again, Madam Speaker, if you heard when I started this discussion, it's about multiple approaches to eventually get to a place where the market is more conducive for Caymanians to get the opportunity. Because the other things that are causing the inflationary pricing is not something we can control. Price of materials, the labor costs associated right now with building homes, and so forth. So we are trying to address the things that we can address through these various different points. Madam Speaker, hopefully I won't be speaking out of turn when I speak to this, but I know we've had even discussions about suitable structures that are safe enough from container homes, whether it would meet the standard of Cayman, whether from an outside look to a safety standard to withstand hurricane winds. These are things that we're talking about, and I know that because we haven't been able to make an announcement specific, I want the Cayman Islands people to know that the Park administration is conscious. I want the Cayman Islands people to know that the Minister for Housing, the Honorable J. E. Banks, is concerned and is talking about these things. Madam Speaker, if they had the opportunity to see this minister perform in caucus, they would be so proud, because he's constantly on this argument. Madam Speaker, the budget is coming up very soon, and I hope and I know that there will be a budget that reflects the importance of housing to this country in the minister's budget, because housing is one of the top 3 issues for Caymanians. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, I was not intending to talk for very long, but just to give some context to the discussion about housing, because I do support this motion, and I thank the Deputy Leader of Opposition. It's always good to have dialogue so that people can hear that though we haven't announced it yet, it's on the agenda, it's on our minds, we have a plan, we have a strategy, and it's coming. So I just want to not only let the country know, but let the opposition know you have every right to be concerned about the housing issue, you have every right to bring this motion, and we as the government have every right to support it, because it is a part of our plan, and we will prove that when it's budget time. Madam Speaker, those are my contributions. Thank you so much.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, very briefly, I rise in support of the motion, which is moved by my colleague, the member for Georgetown North, and seconded by myself, calling on government to reintroduce the housing program known as the Government Guaranteed Home Assisted Mortgage Program, or GGHAM, as we refer to it. Madam Speaker, my colleague, the Deputy, has done an excellent job, I believe, in putting forth the case to reintroduce the GGHAM program. I do believe that I've heard said on the government benches that they do support or accept the motion. Madam Speaker, this program is a no-brainer. That's the best way I can describe it. It was a hugely successful, the programs that we've done in the past. And I do know that previous programs that we put in place were fully subscribed. The banks like it because they are getting a government guarantee for a portion of their loan to a borrower. Borrowers like it because it really favors and targets a borrower who, for the lack of being able to come up with a down payment to purchase a home, can now qualify. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it widens the scope, it widens the pool of people who can then qualify for a mortgage in this country. And, Madam Speaker, we have seen from prior programs that several hundred people are in homes today as a result of this program. I do acknowledge, as I've heard from the Premier and others, that this is but one facet of it. But this is one that I think that can be done very quickly and very easily. And I'm pleased to hear that government are saying that they have done much work, legwork, to get the program going. And the Premier said he hoped to introduce the program in early 2024. So I welcome that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the beauty of a program like this is that it does not require any upfront payment or money or commitment in terms of financial resources on the part of government. Money will only be required when there is a default and a bank has exhausted all of its remedies and abilities to try and rectify or to cure a default and make a loan or a mortgage performing once again. So it only government will only be called on to pay in the event that a mortgagee defaults on his mortgage and there is a portion of that guarantee has still not been fulfilled, the loan has not been paid down to the point where the guarantee disappeared. So what happens and has happened with these programs in the past is that the default and the calls on government to pay under the program mirrors the default rate of the commercial banks. It's no worse. And that means, Madam Speaker, that any loan that is granted under this program, it will go through the same risk management and same scrutiny that any loan that a bank makes to a customer this would be caught up in there. So it would be no different just because of a government guarantee, but the bank is still on the hook. Remember that. So this has all the hallmarks of success, and we know it from experience. I know that the payouts were very modest under the previous programs that we operate, and on, as the Premier rightly pointed out, there are still some legacy loans that are there on the books from the previous program, because I said to you it was fully subscribed. So, but I'm not aware of any particular significant defaults or calls on government resources under the program. It's just not happening. People are paying, and their mortgages are current. So it is hugely successful. I am delighted to hear that they are moving forward. I'm delighted to hear that they can accept this motion. And I think, to me, it's a win-win situation all around, Madam Speaker. And there's nothing further I can really add. My colleague has done an excellent job of making the case. And I've heard all that the government has had to say with regard to, their views as well on a program like this, and to know that they are moving forward with it. So I thank you with those words, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Elected member for Bordentown West.
I just need something to lean on, really. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, earlier on in a previous debate, I mentioned that the definition sometimes of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. I think it is safe to say that this is one initiative that we can do over and over and actually expect a good result. As the Honourable Leader of the Opposition said, this is a no-brainer. Madam Speaker, just to put this in context, and as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition mentioned, banks love this. And part of the reason why banks love this, Madam Speaker, is that when banks are lending money, banks have to set aside a certain percentage of their capital for certain loans that they basically grant. And each loan has a different regulatory requirement for them to set aside. Just to put this in context, Madam Speaker, a commercial loan requires the bank to set aside basically 15% of capital. So for every $100 lent, the bank has to set aside $15. For a residential mortgage, it is $5 and roughly 25 cents. But, Madam Speaker, if the loan is guaranteed by the Cayman Islands government, the portion that they have to set aside is zero. So banks love that because at the end of the day, it also brings down their regulatory requirement. The real gist of this motion, Madam Speaker, isn't the one that we're debating now, but the one later on down in the order paper. And I understand the rules of anticipation, so I won't get into that as yet. But in a nutshell, the Honourable Member for Georgetown Central touched on it when he mentioned that it is one thing for us to look at the buying side, but we also have to look at the supply side. And Madam Speaker, I say that to say this. Earlier in the year, when I was on the other side, this thing started already, man. Whoa. Listen, man. It looked pretty, but boy, Mark, you're right, you know, these older stuff. Start, you know, give me the old one. This look pretty. The color pretty. It's good. Man, listen, man, this is frightening, man. Okay.
I
just wanted something to lean on, you know.
Borden Tom West.
I'd like
to remind all members that it's not a leaning post.
Yeah, I just needed something to lean. But I recognize that now, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, as I was saying, the Honourable Member for Georgetown Central touched on the supply side. And that is one of the most important things because, as I was saying, earlier in the year, when I was on the other side, the Honourable Minister for Housing at the time, when we looked at the January results for planning fees, which normally sets the trend for the entire year, it was actually the lowest compared to the last 4 years. And Madam Speaker, just to put that in context, before while the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition was presenting, I looked at the government half-year results as of 2023 and looked at planning fees as for the first half of the year. For June 2023, the total amount in planning fees was $870,000. In June 2022, it was $919,000. In June 2021, it was just over $2 million at the half-year mark. June 20th, as a result of COVID, was $643,000. And in 2019, it was actually just over $1.4 million at the half-year mark. Simply put, Madam Speaker, barring COVID of June 2020, we can see where the planning fees. And when the Honourable Minister and I went and had the discussion with the Director of Planning, we were basically told that the shortfall in the planning fees was largely from the residential housing stock. In other words, there were less houses being built. When you also consider, Madam Speaker, that with the rising interest rate costs and also inflation that's going on, the cost of building a house plus the cost of borrowing to build a house has gone up significantly. And Madam Speaker, I say all of that to remind us what I've said before. We need to change the structure of how mortgages in this country is managed. When you look at the United States, Madam Speaker, the largest capitalist country on God's green earth, 50% of the mortgages in the United States are what you refer to, are back what you call GSE, government-sponsored entities, between Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and I think maybe 2 or 3 other programs. The United States government sponsors 50% of the mortgages in the United States, to the tune of over $4 trillion or something dollars, almost $5 trillion. Madam Speaker, housing itself is a basic human right. Food, clothing, and shelter. We're talking about basic stuff that is required. And, Madam Speaker, we need to recognize, and I've said it before, when you look at other places where their mortgages are not tied to the banks, but rather to the capital markets, so that when interest rates are going up, it does not affect, in many cases, a lot of the long-term standing loans. Because a lot of those countries, people have mortgages for 15 years and 30 years where the rate is actually fixed. So even if interest rates are going up, Madam Speaker, their payments are not going up. And I use my very cousin in Florida as an example. Despite all the interest rates that went up, her mortgage rate did not move. So, Madam Speaker, while the GGM program is a good step, we need to still look at the long term, because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I can say this much to you. I too used to sit down and question, when you're younger, you wanted to build a bigger home and so forth. I needed my comfort. So I'm one of them that basically wanted a larger home. And there are times my wife and I sit down and wonder if we made the right decision. But I can tell you right now, Madam Speaker, I can say to my children, I don't know what the land prices will be. I don't know what the building prices will be. But at least I'm glad I build a big enough home. So if they want to stay inside there, they don't have to move out. They can stay on one side, I can build on another side, and I don't need to see them. But as bad as it may sound, Madam Speaker, that's a reality. That I've accepted that my kids may not have the certain quality of life that I have. Just as though I've also accepted that my parents, as much as they may not have had the same amount of opportunities that I did, that they probably had a better standard of life than I did. But Madam Speaker, you know what? As rough as things was, when we were growing up, I could always look forward to that little family vacation. Families today can't do that. My father was a bartender. Mother used to do waitress work and also little administrative work. But you know what? We still could afford a family vacation. 5 kids, the quality of life was there, the opportunities were there. A bartender today, Madam Speaker, and a waitress today can't say the same thing. And that's why I've always said to my colleagues inside this house, in the end, we're not going to be remembered for what we inherited. We're going to be remembered for what we leave behind. And we need to put the proper tools in place for our people. And Madam Speaker, I will say this much. There was a time, and the Honourable Member of Georgetown Central touched on it also, but I'm going to go a bit further. There's a time in this country, the banks used to chase Caymanians down to lend them money. I was old enough to remember when the requirement to get a mortgage was 5% down. Do you know what has changed, Madam Speaker? There's a certain culture within our immigration system, and I'll say it. If no one wants to say it, I'll say it. I'm 50 years of age now, and I realize the older I get, that my filter's getting smaller and smaller to some extent. When the bank can lend to somebody or give someone a loan for 20, 25 years, when the person is subject to rollover after 7, 9 years or something, it says something about the culture that either we have in the community or it says something about the culture within the banks. And because we have made it so easy for people to stay here, the days of the banks chasing our own people down to make sure they have a home doesn't exist. Because you know what? There's a market out there that we have tied everything to, in the sense of, to stay here, we basically have to buy Caymanian properties and buy Caymanian land. And Madam Speaker, I will say this. It is one of the things, and I'm glad the member for Georgetown Central brought it up, because it does require some level of immigration reform to reduce the supplies that we have, or rather the demand that we have in terms of homes and everything else, to start giving our young people a chance. Because Madam Speaker, I'm going to say this much. One country or one island that I use as an example is Bermuda. This year, I think, makes 10 years since Bermuda did their SAGE Commission. Their spending and government efficiency is what they referred to. And in fairness to the government of Bermuda at the time, it was a very deep analysis of their own internal structure, and they were quite honest. But you know what, Madam Speaker? You also add more young people, a lot of young people in Bermuda, or rather refuse to go back to Bermuda or not going back to Bermuda. You had more young people at one point in the Carolinas than you had in Bermuda, because they themselves did not see opportunities of going back home. And Madam Speaker, whether we want to accept it or not, we know of our own young people going off to school and the parents telling them don't come back. Madam Speaker, every one of us in this house are here because we enjoyed the majority vote of the people who elected us to represent them. In the last election, the average voting age was 51. Bordentown West Side, one of the second youngest at 49. By the next election around, that number is going to move up. Probably going to move to 52 or 53 in terms of the average age. These are people that are going to be 10, 12 years away from basically not being able to have a mortgage if you don't have a house already, or it has to be paid off. But Madam Speaker, this is one of the reasons why we reached out to the Caribbean Development Bank to look at the line of credit to see where it is that we can start sponsoring or basically refinancing a lot of the homes for our seniors. Because we've got people coming up close to retirement and they have seen their mortgage payment move from 5.25% to more than 10%. And in some cases, people are now trying to refinance past the age of retirement just to afford to stay in their homes. We have a serious problem in this country, Madam Speaker. And like I said, this initiative is a small step that will go a big way. And I fully support it, and I thank the member for Georgetown North for bringing it. But I want to thank him in advance for the real motion that he has brought, which is the one down at number 8, which in terms of incentivizing the private sector. Because as the member for Georgetown Central rightfully said, it is not the demand that is just a problem. It is also the supply. And you can put all the incentive you want to help people to buy a home. It don't mean anything if people are not building them. And that is really and truly where we need to start looking at. And Madam Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition mentioned in terms of the government guarantee. As of June 30th, as per the government half-year filing, they were at 17% in terms of their net debt. The maximum is 80% as allowed by the FFR. And the reason why I'm bringing that up also, Madam Speaker, is if we're going to seriously start looking at housing, and bearing in mind the SPS that was delivered here earlier this year, at that number moving to 70% in 2026 because of the dump, it's going to leave us very little room to do something serious about housing if something goes sideways. So as the government is putting together their numbers, I want them to also consider where that number is going to be and what room we need to make sure that's available there for our people, if we want to be really serious about this. But at the end of the day, I can tell you, housing is a basic human right. And at the end of the day, that has to take priority over the dump and many other things that we're looking at. People need a roof over their head and need a place to call their home. Many of us, Madam Speaker, have seen kids. I've had videos of kids who have just gone off to university. And they have sent me back a video of them just turning a key, going to their own apartment. The look on their face to say, I am now free from my parents. I am somebody. I can turn a key into a door, and this is my little piece of real estate. My little piece of real estate. And if they feel that good about a dorm room, can you imagine how much better they're going to feel about a home? We need to make sure that when they come back, that feeling that they get from having that freedom of putting a key inside a door is there for them. Understand me? I can tell you, as a parent with 2 kids overseas, I had that conversation with my kids. I can tell you, I had that conversation with many other kids that are overseas, where they keep asking me, Mr. Saunders, Mr. Chris, is it really worth coming home? So colleagues, small step for a big impact. And again, I want to thank the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and also the Leader of the Opposition for bringing this motion, reminding us inside this Honourable House what our priorities are. And I will say, finally, one last time, we're not going to be remembered for what we inherited. We're going to be remembered for what we leave behind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before we move on, I'm going to just take a quick 5-minute suspension, and I ask members to just remain in your seats. Proceedings are now resumed. You may be seated. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? The elected member for Bordentown East.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Enough has been said, and probably not even necessary for me to get up and say something that hasn't been said. But as former Minister of Housing, I had great interest in this G.G. Ham. Thought I'd just say a couple words on private members' motion number 3, brought forward by Georgetown North member. I'm happy that the member brought this. This is something that people ask about all the time. Constituents ask about it. And I want to remind everyone that, you know, yes, the opposition is bringing this motion, but also a duly elected person, all 19 of us in this parliament, share something very unique, this cohort of 2021. And I think we ought to remember that at all times, especially when we converge on this space down here that we call Parliament, and everyone else has to knock before they come in. And any and every avenue we can find to place families in a home, Madam Speaker, is a fine movement for this country and families itself. The pride of being able to say, I'm going home, is priceless, Madam Speaker. For children to not being moved around like nomads, Madam Speaker, it's priceless. Too much talk, Madam Speaker. We need to move faster. Some 700 people are on the wait list, as I've been told. This equates to probably at approximately 2,800 persons that it can affect. As we've heard, Madam Speaker, the risk with this program is low, and I can't believe this is, well, Madam Speaker, I believe this is one of the greatest things we can do for a family and owning a home. Madam Speaker, I personally know how hard it was to qualify 25 years ago. I had a real experience with this, Madam Speaker. I had a desire, but no collateral. I know the pain of being told you don't qualify, Madam Speaker. That is very painful, brings tears to your eyes, and disappointed family members and children. This is why, Madam Speaker, when I became minister in 2017, I asked the then Honorable Premier, Sir Alden, if I could specifically have housing. And he so graciously agreed, Madam Speaker. The passion and vision that I had, I knew I would lay a great path. I set out, or under the PPM-led government at the time, to build and purchase, Madam Speaker, land or build houses. We ended up not building as much houses, Madam Speaker, as we wanted, but still a substantial amount of houses were built. The thing about it, Madam Speaker, I think, and I stand to be corrected, but the then PPM-led government, we were able to purchase a lot of land, and I had this full support of my caucus at the time. I think we bought over some 40 acres of land. I stand to be corrected, but I think that is the largest purchase in any one term in recent. Some 25 acres alone in Georgetown, because we know that there are no affordable homes that had been built in Georgetown for some time. So we wanted to pay much attention to that. Madam Speaker, I do know that the Minister for Northside has really worked hard. The Minister and the member from Northside has worked really hard in trying to build as much homes as possible, and has always had this vision that he wanted to build over 100 homes. That was the number. And I'm sure that if he had the funding, he would build more. And I applaud him, Madam Speaker. I thank him for encouraging me, even though he wasn't elected, to buy the 10 acres in Northside, which he is building on now, the most beautiful on the hill property. I won't say I'm jealous. Some plant and some water. Madam Speaker, we can't do it all, but GGHAM and the BUP or BYOP is an important program. We need to throw a lot of weight and attention and funding behind these programs. It has had some stalling, trying to get all the banks on board at one point and to get full support, but now that has been had, it is a no-brainer, as the honorable member said. But I'm very concerned, as good as this has served Caymanians and as good as it has performed, not enough effort was put on the GGHAM program in the last couple of years. And I pray this is the push that it needed. The cost of land nowadays, Madam Speaker, is over $100,000. You can't buy a piece of land that's just over $100,000. Back in the 90s, you could purchase land for $14,000, $15,000, possibly in Bordentown somewhere, or Savannah. And this, Madam Speaker, is some of the reasons why we need to secure as much avenues as possible, like the GGHAM and the BYOP and all the other affordable housing programs that are going on at the Housing Trust. And this is one of the many reasons why we need to give Caymanians as many avenues as possible, Madam Speaker. That's the reason why we brought the reverse mortgage motion. You know, adding another security for seniors, because we often forget about seniors and housing and their comfort and living their golden years with respect and dignity. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, just a few words. I support this motion, and I thank the member from Georgetown North for this much-needed push, and I pray that this springboards into motivation with another avenue in owning a piece of this beloved rock in this place we call the Cayman Islands. I thank you. God bless.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The elected member for Northside.
Madam Speaker, this is such an important topic, this GGHAM program, that I just want to be very short to send my full support for this program. It should have been in place from the time we started, because I know this is such an important topic, especially to those in the national housing development, but also the young Caymanians that want to own a little piece of their home, and those that are just struggling to try to get there to own something called their own home. So I just want to thank the honourable member from Georgetown North. I want to thank my colleagues and thank the opposition, and I'm sure that the Minister for Finance, the Premier, will actually push to get this sorted out as quickly as possible so that we can help more individuals when it comes to getting their home. And not only will this help, as I said before, push the national housing development, but it will also help us get to that milestone of getting individuals into their rightful place, what they call their own home. So that is just my short contribution. I thank you all.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the motion wish to exercise his right of reply?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. I was getting a little confused there for a while. I wasn't quite sure where we're going. I was getting a proper education on resilience and energy efficiency and economics and all sorts of things. But it seems that the government is willing to support the motion. It matters not to me who takes the credit for it, Madam Speaker. On a serious note, we have to do everything. All of us in here collectively in this honorable house have to do everything. And let me also preface this by saying that the housing crisis is not just in the Cayman Islands. It's a worldwide thing. But other governments and other countries are doing everything that they can to help and assist their citizens with achieving the goal of owning, and in some cases, even simply renting a home for the long term. So I want to thank those who spoke, some very passionately. The member for West Bay West for his support. And I will thank the member for West Bay West for his efforts in the past as well, as he rightfully has always and had always promoted programs such as these. I know that Madam Speaker, I know that he spoke passionately about the elderly, as did the Minister for Border Control. And I think there's a number of elderly people in our country who are living in substandard conditions that could benefit from a build on your own property type scheme. And perhaps a hybrid of what we consider, and I think the honourable member from Bordentown West once brought a motion, what we consider reverse mortgages, and perhaps not necessarily a straight out reverse mortgage, but the government could provide housing on persons' land. And then, when the person passes, either the estate can buy out what was remaining of what the person owed on the property, or the government then, if there are no remaining members of the family, they could sell it or put it back into some sort of housing program. So, you know, these are the sorts of things that we will speak about later on as well. And Madam Speaker, just to say that with a waiting list of 700 and with all the efforts of the Honourable Minister, who I know from the very beginning, has always been passionate about building and determined to build as many homes as he can during his tenure, you can only build so much. Just a few years ago, the waiting list was 400. And even after a couple hundred homes built, it's at 700. And it's going to continue to grow. So Madam Speaker, we also heard a few comments about criticisms that the government may get for this. And let me tell you, those of us in this room, we see it, we feel it. We don't drive through the main roads with our windows up and our nice music playing. We put our windows down and take the side roads. And that's when we see it, Madam Speaker. When they come to our offices or call us to come and visit them, and you've driven by with your window down slowly all the time and waved, but you've never went inside. And when you go inside and you see it, you know it. So those who will criticize programs like these, they just don't understand. They just don't understand. And they drive by their neighbor every day, or they drive by the waterfront where all the people are sleeping at night with their windows up and their heads straight forward. They can get on the blogs and say all sorts of mean things about us and don't sign their names. That's okay. We have a job in here. And the job in here is to protect all of our people, and in particular, the most vulnerable. I had a lot of cheeky things to say, Madam Speaker, because I did not want to make it political, but there were some things said. I'm just going to leave them alone, Madam Speaker. I can leave them alone. Because like I said, I don't care who takes credit. You know, the member for the Honorable Minister of Tourism, because you have to have some levity sometime, you know, spoke genuinely about his appreciation for the program and receiving his first home under the PPM administration. He should have stayed with the PPM administration. He'd have a very nice, comfortable home now with us. Madam Speaker, we will support and encourage the minister, the government, for programs like this, and we will applaud the government when they provide programs like this. And you know, the Minister of Tourism said that, oh, you know, we brought this now because the Premier did a statement and talked about this yesterday. Madam Speaker, we filed a motion from over a week ago. Oh, okay. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. He clarified that he didn't mean that, and that it was that they didn't have an opportunity. So I accept that. I misunderstood that. So either way, again, Madam Speaker, just to wind up, because I don't know, you're gonna have to skip dinner too. With 700 on the waiting list, Madam Speaker, as I said, we're not going to build our way out of this. And just to put this in there, with 700 in the waiting lists and the couple hundred are being built, none of those are in Georgetown, Madam Speaker, where the Honorable Minister of Tourism's constituency lies. So perhaps the GG Ham, Madam Speaker, will be an opportunity for some of our Georgetown people to realize their own home as well.
Elected Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, we've passed the hour of 4:30. Can I ask for someone to move a motion to suspend Standing Order 10-2? Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order to allow the business of the House to proceed beyond the hour of 4:30.
The question is that Standing Order 10-2 be suspended in order for business to continue after the hour of 4:30. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in closing, Madam Speaker, just to say that, again, not here to look for any credit. Certainly, I am not here to look for any credit on this. This is a program that is absolutely needed. It has been tried. It's true. It works. It needs updating. But our people are looking for this. And I will applaud the government all the way if they pull this off between now and Election Day. But if they don't, Madam Speaker, I can beat them to death with it from nomination day right up until election night, if they don't get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the government considers relaunching, along with the local banks, the government guaranteed home assisted mortgage program. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members, motion number 3 of 2023-2024 is duly passed.
Madam Speaker, division, please.
Honorable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Berna Bush. Absent. Honorable Dwayne Seymour.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Aye.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell.
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Sir Alden.
Aye.
Mr. David White.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Yes.
I have 17 ayes and 1 absentee. The ayes have it.
Private members motion number 4 of 2023-2024, supporting Caymanians into full-time employment, to be moved by the elected member for Georgetown North and seconded by the elected member for Red Bay.
The elected member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to bring private members motion number 4, 2023-2024, supporting Caymanians into full-time employment in my name. Madam Speaker, the whereas as follows. The National Community Enhancement Project, NICE, has operated for several years, providing short periods of paid employment for Caymanians and spouses of Caymanians. And whereas the fall 2022 labor force survey found that nearly half, some 48.8% of unemployed Caymanians had been out of work for over a year. And whereas the fall 2022 labor force survey found that 5.1% of the Caymanians are unemployed in the workforce. And whereas the fall 2022 labor force survey found labor force participation rates lowest among those with no educational attainment, 38.9%, and those with only primary and below levels of attainment at 54.3%. And whereas the Cayman Islands Beautification Task Force had made little progress in its mission to keep the Cayman Islands clean and green, be it therefore resolved that the government considers creating a full-time national community enhancement project to give meaningful employment and work experience to Caymanians experiencing long-term unemployment or finding it difficult to access the labor market.
Is there a seconder? the elected member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Speaker. About 20 minutes or so. After that, 20. Yes, please. I don't know what happened to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to offer a contribution to motion in my name supporting Caymanians into full-time employment. Madam Speaker, it is my intention to make a case for a motion that will benefit both Caymanians unable to find work, Caymanians and residents of our islands who are frustrated as I am with seeing trash on our highways and byways and sargassum that stays in our beaches for far too long. As you know, Madam Speaker, the National Community Enhancement Program, or NICE program for short, was developed to provide temporary employment to jobless Caymanians or their spouses during the Christmas season and just after in early January. It was later expanded to twice yearly to include a summer program to help those with back-to-school expenses and also to prepare for the incoming hurricane season. In the program's early years, the country struggled with a sluggish economy and 10% Caymanian unemployment. So, as expected, we had almost 800 people sign up. As the economy improved, the program numbers fell below 500 participants, as increasing numbers of Caymanians became employed. But the program continued and has been kept by the current government. That, Madam Speaker, because it is still much needed. And Madam Speaker, it has been very successful as a program. It is time to build on that success and to enhance the community enhancement program by moving it to a year-round operation that help jobless Caymanians get full-time employment whilst keeping our islands beautiful. Some in our community may think a full-time National Community Enhancement Program is unnecessary and perhaps a waste of money. But Madam Speaker, I do pray that no one in this Parliament feels that way. This motion is about providing an opportunity for Caymanians who, for various reasons, have been unable to get meaningful work over a protracted period or are experiencing other significant barriers to employment, including those recently released from prison and those recovering from mental illness. It is about providing Caymanians the opportunity to provide for themselves and their families while improving our communities. It is about providing a job that instills pride and work ethic in those unemployed for far too long. Often, Madam Speaker, people only need a chance and some sort of support in order to turn their lives around. Madam Speaker, we in this chamber interact with Caymanians from all walks of life and social conditions. We understand better than most the concerns and struggles of Caymanians, especially those on hard times. This is whether this is due to their own poor life decisions or through life circumstances that they had absolutely no control over. There will be some in the public, Madam Speaker, who will be quick to criticize programs like we are proposing because their current situation doesn't allow them to even think that they could one day need this type of help. But we in here, each one of us, have seen it. We have seen circumstances deal a blow to good people who in no time, Madam Speaker, are then homeless or jobless and are unable to find other employment. In some cases, it's because of their age, sickness, divorce, or any other number of reasons, Madam Speaker. Of course, youngsters leaving school unprepared for today's work environment is also an issue. There are youngsters from the These are the youngsters from the Yolanda C. Ford mentioned in her 2006 report on the predisposing factors for criminality in the Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, Ms. Ford noted that ill-equipped and inadequately educated individuals often enter the wasteland of unemployment, out of school and out of work. Some young people, perhaps too many, Madam Speaker, have difficulty finding their way out of that wasteland. But they at least have a chance with an opportunity such as presented by this motion. Madam Speaker, we in the opposition have a proven track record over 2 consecutive terms in government of being fiscally prudent and caring about improving the lives of our most vulnerable people. Madam Speaker, just because we are no longer in charge of the country and are now in opposition, this does not mean that we stop caring. It just means we need to work to persuade the government to care as much as we do. The progressives of opposition, Madam Speaker, has consistently argued that a priority for government spending needs to be support for Caymanians facing challenges that are made worse by the pandemic and today's cost of living crisis. As bad as things are now for many people, Madam Speaker, there is a real possibility that economic circumstances could worsen for more Caymanians over the next 18 months. So we must prepare for that possibility. As I've said over and over again, we hope for the best, but we must prepare for the worst. It is hard enough for those with a job to manage in today's Cayman. Can you imagine how hard it must be for someone, young or old, who is unemployed and bunks in between NAU and the generosity of friends and family? Let us help them with a job and training that gets them off the NAU list and off their family couch. Madam Speaker, as I prepared this debate, I recalled a quote by Benjamin Disraeli, who wrote long ago that power has one duty: to secure the welfare of the people. Madam Speaker, that is a sentiment that I hope we can all agree on. As an elected representative, those words have always resonated with me. They hold true today more than ever before. Madam Speaker, the world today is an unsettled place. We must focus our attention, energies, and money on programs to help Caymanians get through this cost of living crisis, and for those without work to get to work. A full-time, nice program would not be unique to Grand Cayman, Madam Speaker. As we know, Cayman Brac has had a successful roadside cleanup program for many years that keeps several dozen people employed while keeping the Brac clean. I hope to get there next week and do an inspection. But many city councils in the UK also have similar programs with employees known as highway rangers, Madam Speaker. These highway rangers remove debris from roadsides and roads. They clear paths. They trim vegetation at the side of the road. They clean road signs, remove illegal posters and flyers, clean street furniture such as benches, statues, and monuments, and sometimes even do simple maintenance work. They also help keep beaches and beach paths clean and clear in coastal areas. This is precisely what the NICE program is designed to do, Madam Speaker. So expanding it into a full-time program and not reducing it back to once a year is a logical next step. I hope that means they're going to say yeah. Madam Speaker, if it's worth investing in keeping UK cities clean, how much more important should it be to keep a significant tourism destination like Cayman looking at its best? And it's not just tourists who benefit. We all want to live and work surrounded by the beauty of Cayman's natural and built environments. Establishing a beautification task force is a good thing, and I recognize the Minister of Tourism's passion in that. But if the task force is to be more than a talk shop, it needs to be able to match its aspirations with actions. Madam Speaker, this motion would give the Beautification Task Force some teeth. The nice teams working to maintain and improve the appearances of our highways, public spaces, and beaches would, in effect, become the delivery arm that allows the vision of the Beautification Task Force to keep our islands clean and green to be realized. Madam Speaker, such a program is needed here, as much as it is needed in the UK. And having a program such as this that supports our people in full-time work is also required and will become even more necessary in the future. So, Madam Speaker, by way of example, and while I do not have any mystical power to tell the future, I can see what is obvious to anyone wanting to see. And perhaps this time next year, my friend, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, may remember what I am about to say. I've mentioned it before. With a scant few cruise ships stopping here, we will sadly see more Caymanian cruise tour and taxi operators being put out of work as we get into the next year. Madam Speaker, many, regrettably, will be ill-equipped to find other types of employment. Those hit hardest, Madam Speaker, will be those 50 or older who cannot easily find other work. They will need a program like this that gives them employment until they can get back on their feet, Madam Speaker. I also have similar concerns about Caymanians in the construction sector. We heard the member from Bordentown West talk about the significant slowdown in planning applications. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that the government will support the program when we vote. To help further drive the point home, Madam Speaker, the Fall 2022 Labour Force Survey, the most recent one published, provides some startling numbers. The survey found that among unemployed Caymanians, 725, or 91.1%, had previously held a job. And 354 Caymanians, or almost half, were unemployed for over a year. These Caymanians had jobs, so they should be employable for all intents and purposes, Madam Speaker. Yet, for some reason, they cannot get or keep a job. Half have not worked in a year. Madam Speaker, this can be fixed if we care enough. Madam Speaker, of those unemployed, 29% are below the age of 25. 18 are 25 to 34 years old. 27% are between 35 and 54. And the remaining 27% are over 55 years. The largest group, Madam Speaker, are in the 15 to 24-year age bracket. We cannot allow these young people to languish in that wasteland of unemployment, Madam Speaker. On this side, we will fight to provide them with that extra chance that this motion will provide. Madam Speaker, similarly, 27% are older Caymanians who will likely not quickly get work because of their age. But many may be able to work if they can find it. And a year-round, nice program can certainly fill that void. Digging a bit deeper, Madam Speaker, about 6.4% of Caymanians are underemployed and need more work. Madam Speaker, please note that the motion has the underemployment number recorded at 5.1%, which is an error. It should have read as 6.4%, as I just mentioned. Nonetheless, more than 1,300 Caymanians do not have enough work to live comfortably. Madam Speaker, they too may benefit from part-time employment with the NICE program if it is available. Madam Speaker, from experience, those individuals working for a few weeks with the existing NICE program also receive financial assistance from the NAU. A full-time NICE program could help transition people off of welfare and into employment. So, Madam Speaker, with that in mind, whilst numbers on the program at any one time will vary, the government should look at the potential for a full-time NICE program to become a welfare-to-work program, such that the participants capable of working but who refuse to go on the NICE program without good reason would see their NAU benefits reduced. Depending on the government's approach, the initial number of participants in the program could, I believe, be as high as 400. Madam Speaker, the recent reports indicated that the last NICE program had under 500 participants sign up. The government has said that Caymanian employment is now at its highest ever, and so this suggests that 400 persons is a reasonable estimate. Of course, the government could start with whatever number they wished, Madam Speaker. They could break it into 3 or 6 month cohorts. But using 400 persons as a guide, with some quick math, the cost would be about 12 million per annum and provide an individual remuneration, including pension insurance, of about 2,500 monthly, with take-home pay of about 2,000 monthly. Madam Speaker, that assumes the program pays $12 per hour. Now, Madam Speaker, this would depend on the results of the work now being done on the minimum wage. I would imagine that if NAU is also helping with housing and other benefits, some may likely continue. But for those able to work, the financial assistance benefit from NAU should go away. Madam Speaker, in my book, paying able-bodied NICE participants $2,500 to work is far better than paying them $1,250 per month through NAU not to go to work. That is money well spent. Of course, Madam Speaker, the savings in NAU benefits would cut the NICE program's total cost in half. That means that even for a peak number of 400 participants, and as I said, they could break it into cohorts, the net cost would only be $6 million. Remember, Madam Speaker, this program is not just designed to directly give the participants a job. It is about preparing them for full-time work in the established employment market. If participants graduate from this program into private sector, then the savings to NAU becomes permanent, and those future savings offset the initial costs of the program. The route into future employment is central to the program. Participants will be helped into jobs because of the recent work experience gained through the NICE and the training that they will receive as a part of the program. Madam Speaker, several years ago, we included all of the agencies, including work and others, to collect the data, to work along with the individuals, to look for those who are trainable, those who have the ability to move on to full employment. We also gave notice weeks before the program to NRA, to Public Works, to MRCU, that we will be having the program, so if they are in need of employees, please wait, and we will assign persons to you that you can assess them, train them during the NICE program. And we saw many participants move on to full-time employment, not only in government, but also in the private sector. So, Madam Speaker, to take this further, a full-time NICE program should partner with other government agencies, as I just said, including work, to better support Caymanians. Job holders will benefit from the structure and the training, including soft skills such as understanding good work attitude and improving communications. The program should also provide access to adult literacy and basic math classes. We know from employers that these skills are valued and that the lack of them is often a significant barrier for persons getting jobs. Making this part of the program would mean participants could gain critical skills that they may be lacking. Madam Speaker, the NICE program workers would be required to participate in training programs that can lead to jobs in the private sector. A work with training approach, not unlike what was known as a Ready to Work program, can improve the lives of many of our jobless Caymanians, especially young Caymanians. Madam Speaker, as the government considers how best to provide training for those on the program, we should also consider that various community TVET programs are available that could provide more specific training for a trade. This should all be a part of the program. Whether it is a public works TVET, apprenticeship program, or the programs run by Mr. Michael Miles at his Inspire Cayman Training Academy. Skill-based training can help prepare jobless Caymanians to get back into work, but also to keep a job and improve their lot in life. We must utilize all the avenues available to us as we transition the NICE program onto more than a vehicle for short-term temporary employment. I would go further, Madam Speaker, and suggest that as we look more into the barriers that some of our people face to employment, other services could be considered along the lines of those provided by Ready to Work and Inspire and other community-based TVET programs. Madam Speaker, one would ask, why don't we just spend the money and send them straight to the TVET programs? Because not in particular, not of all of our young people feel confident in going into these programs on their own. Not all of those coming out of prison feel that they have that opportunity or feel confident enough to transition into those programs. But through a program like the NICE program, where they're anxious and willing to work, then we can work with them and encourage them and place them in these community TVET programs, depending on their skills, their age, and ability. Of course, Madam Speaker, an enhanced NICE program could also help Caymanians leaving prison to improve their chance of successful rehabilitation. Madam Speaker, they could begin in the program before they actually leave prison on a day release, so that when they leave prison, they have already developed work ethic, they've received some training, they have a few dollars available to them, that when they come out of prison, they don't transition back, they transition back into the community rather than sliding back into some of the habits they had previously that led them to go into prison. That is a major issue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we did not pull these ideas out of a hat last week. In our previous term, we were moving in this direction. And yes, this is another of those, if not for COVID moments, that hampered our good plans. So going into the last election, we included these plans in our elections manifesto, promising to enhance the NICE program, to give unemployed Caymanians both income and valuable experience to support them into employment, and to extend the program and the range of activities. Similar to that in the Sister Islands, which started, and we saw the success there. In fact, Madam Speaker, we saw Caymanians leaving Grand Cayman and going to the BRAC to participate in the program. Well, if we have our own program, we can bring them back. Madam Speaker, we have seen how beneficial and effective the NICE cleanup program has been over the years. NICE workers have cleared beaches and parks of rubbish, helped remove sargassum and trash from the beaches, cleaned and painted barriers along roadsides and roadways, worked on special projects in the landfill, and performed some general maintenance at government facilities. Not to forget, Madam Speaker, the many, many messages of gratitude from elderly people who receive help in clearing debris from and around their properties prior to the hurricane season. As we progress, the goal must now be to expand the program, and rather than serve a short-term employment fix, to use it to support Caymanians into full-time employment. And with training, full-time jobs can be held in the private sector. With the assistance of Public Works, NRA, this is achievable, Madam Speaker. We have done it on a short-term basis. We have done it before. So, Madam Speaker, to wrap up, I look forward to hearing what the government members say on the motion, and I hope they will provide their support. And I close, Madam Speaker, by reminding the honourable members of Disraeli's comments on the duty of those elected. As we come together to discuss issues that affect our people, let us never forget the crucial obligation that we all share to ensure the welfare and well-being of every person in our islands. With this in mind, Madam Speaker, and by supporting this motion, let us work together to create better opportunities for our unemployed Caymanians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to offer my support to the motion. I do so as I think it worthy to continue this type of initiative. And yes, Madam Speaker, there are those who are in need, not because somebody did them something, but that circumstances of their own put them there. But for all that, we can't kill them for it. Can't let them suffer for it. Can't let them be a drag on the community for it. And yes, there are those who, because of the circumstances of the way things happen around them, that we must find help for them, put them in a position to make a dollar, to keep them from begging or getting into something nefarious. Madam Speaker, the Beautification Committee is off to a good start, and I thank the member from Savannah whose life work is to keep Cayman sparkling clean. At least she's been trying to do that, I think, all her life. And I also want to add to that the name Marjorie Ebanks, who's from West Bay, actually, and constantly talking about how and what we can do and must do to keep Cayman clean. But I see this, going deeper than just picking up trash, Madam Speaker. Long time now, I have said that the program in Cayman Brac is a good example for Cayman, because it does what we're talking now. Long time now, I have said that. Yes, and every time there's a budget discussion, how do you keep this going? But we have to be innovative. We have to be innovative and keep that kind of program going, because the circumstances that I am talking about and the circumstances the minister outlined exist. And so, at the same time, as I said, let's be innovative. NAU and other government assistance is doled out. And the member is right. And yes, some people will always need that assistance, but I believe there can be a reduction in NAU for those who are capable and able to perform the work that we are talking about. I was always impressed when I went to Bermuda to see how well cut and trimmed their roadside always was. And the member for Georgetown North has made valid points on who and what areas that can be used in the program that we are talking about. Do Cayman need this? Do we need it in Cayman? Yes. We claim to be world class and first world, but we are lacking in keeping Cayman sparkling. And this administration, with their beautification group, is on its way. But I think the member is making the good point. This goes deeper. This goes deeper, and the work and how we want Cayman to come and take some tough decisions, because we have to put rules in place, regulations in place, for vehicles for all sorts of derelict things around the place, and we know how independent our people are. They want an old car and they want to keep it there forever, and they'll tell you, I got to get parts from it. And don't worry now about the sidewalk mechanic shops that we see. No. Don't tell me now that we mustn't step ahead of that or step down on it or whatever and say we have to do something about this, because they will come right alongside you, right alongside your house, and they'll create this. When you see anything, you say, what's going on there? A door gone. Next week, the wheels gone. Or the next week, you see them with that machine rubbing the car and making it, practically rebuilding it. And so these are things, and our people, I just don't think it's just outsiders now. Come. It's our people too. I got them down there on the between Birchtree Hill and Bosun Bay. You can't hardly pass it sometime. I tell you, these are my vehicles. They've been here a long time. I said, I know that. They've been here a long time. But what does that do for the community? All these vehicles around the place, what does it do? What does it do? Harbor rodents, harbor nefarious actions, all sorts of things happening, stealing going on when you check, parked off in some old car somewhere about. And we got tons of that. And some of our people don't want you to do anything about it. They'll tell you, I got it in my yard. Yeah, how much can your yard hold? Go to some areas and you see how many vehicles. After, one place is not in my constituency now. But in my cleanup in the district, I just didn't look at West Bay West. I look at all around. And I do that with a lot of things. And there were dozens of derelict vehicles parked off in the bush somewhere about. On the roadside, we do have public work or NAU, one of the two of them, I don't know which one, has the truck or the machine going around and cutting, and nobody to pick it up. And they'll do 7 Mile Beach Road, the tourist areas, and we have to do that. But we got to live here too. We have to live here, and so we want to see the place sparkling and kept clean. And so we, as a house, or cabinet, or whomever, are going how to make the regulations to deal with this type of thing. You can't be fion with this kind of action, man. No, can't be afraid to deal with people. This is our country. It not just be rodents, mosquitoes, all sorts of things that all these derelict vehicles are kept clean. We got enough people. And the whole country, whether it is so or not, they believe so, that everybody and all these people that are getting from NAU, we could put them, some of them, because it'll only be some. But some are not getting from NAU. They're showing up on your door, and they're showing up on my doorstep, and we have to find money, and they complain about the MLA funds you get for your office and say, that's for me. You getting that? Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? What do you think you run your office off of? Your salary? Well, let me tell you all how long people like the Minister of Education and the member from Red Bay and myself have done that out of our own pocket, using our own house. That was my office, my dining room table. So you don't have money now to give people. Let us, as I said, be innovative. Look at the various government assistance that we are giving. See who can be employed and not for $5 or $6 an hour, but a fair working wage. So I could go on and on, but I support this motion because, as I say, it's worthy to do so. But I want to remind the House that the program just didn't start with being nice. Pride was put in place first. You know, a lot of people like to change colors and change names. Can I have them? That's part and parcel of the play. But I was there first. Pride. And I recall the present Minister of Labour and Mr. Mark Scotland in London with me. And we were moving around, and we saw all this work going on by different people doing the same kind of thing. We said, no, we can come by. We got to put our people to work. Well, of course, Iowa hit us too, and that pushed things a little bit faster and not as organized that we would have liked it to be. But it was something that helped and assisted the people. And I think the motion is seeking, and well, NICE came in and to beat us at it, they had to look more organized, but they did the same thing. And now we have an obligation. This is not, what is happening out there, members, I know you know, but we are debating, so the points need to be made. It just can't continue. Because we cannot continue with NAU the way that is, money has to be doled out. And I believe that the obligation first is to our senior people, our very senior people. They are the ones that some of this money should be going and fix their house more than we can afford to do. But the money got to go to NAU, not just for financial stipend, but for food and everything else that is happening in the country with these people. Let's take some of that money and get some of these things done. Get them employed. We know that they are capable and they are able. Those that are sick and will have to prove that they are sick. And we can continue to help them because, you know, we don't come from Mars. And this island is still small. Yes, it got a growing population. It has grown probably too fast. But nevertheless, we are where we are. We have to deal with it. We have an obligation. Let's deal with it. I support the motion.
Members, Members, we will just take a 10-minute suspension. Proceedings are resumed. You may be seated. Does any other member wish to speak on the motion? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to give my contribution on the private member's motion number 4, which is entitled Supporting Caymanians into Full-Time Employment. Madam Speaker, let me start by saying that this government has done exactly what the previous, probably couple of governments have done in terms of the NICE program, the PRIDE program, whatever name we give it. That is providing opportunities for temporary employment, usually twice a year, I think. Sometimes prior to this government, it has been perhaps once a year. But, Madam Speaker, I think rationale behind it is laudable. It is first and foremost about assisting people who are challenged to find and keep full-time employment. It's also about having our people do the neighborhood cleanups, the community cleanups, the roadside work, painting of curbs, and even working in some government agencies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me say that while we have had those same NICE programs on a twice-a-year basis, we've also recognized, Madam Speaker, that it really should be something more than just that. Madam Speaker, we have the benefit, and the member for Georgetown North, who moved the motion, quoted extensively from the fall 2022 labor force survey. And one of the things he noted was the finding in that survey that the Caymanian unemployment rate was 5.1%. We have recently had the results of the spring labor force survey, Madam Speaker, which reflects the fact that the Caymanian unemployment is now 3.7%. So a considerable decline from the labor force survey of fall 2022. Madam Speaker, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to put forth efforts to have a program which helps our people who, for one reason or another, find it challenging to participate in the normal labor market and to have a full-time job. Madam Speaker, we understand that there are these challenges, that not all unemployed Caymanians will be able to quickly find full-time employment. And we understand that these nice programs not only help our communities, not only help to beautify and clean up, but also provides people who have difficulty with participating in the full-time labor force the opportunity to work, the opportunity to earn some money, typically around Christmas time. For example, it's a great help to them. They all want the opportunity to earn some money, to be able to buy their significant others at least some little token of affection and appreciation, and even more so, Madam Speaker, when it comes to their kids. I am sure all of us have had the representations from our constituents when they're able to participate in those programs. And they tell you, as has been noted earlier in the presentation of the motion, they tell you how it makes them feel. They tell you how grateful they are when this happens. But, Madam Speaker, what we have recognized as well is that it doesn't serve our people to be in this cycle where they are working on a temporary basis, then they're not because they can't participate in the normal labor force, and then there's another opportunity. As I said, normally it's twice a year to do this. We need to be innovative. We need to think of ways of improving this. So we've been looking at this problem, Madam Speaker, for several months, a number of months, going back into the earlier part of the year. And we have recognized a number of issues. Even if we were to create and implement a full-time NICE program, Madam Speaker, we have difficulties then with the fact that we are hiring people on a full-time basis and they don't have, if you do it as you normally would with the temporary approach, you wouldn't have any pension, you wouldn't have any insurance, and that's not a tenable situation. So while your costs with a temporary program may be a question of hours times a rate, on a long-term basis, you have to factor in those things like proper pension provision and insurance. When it comes to the civil service, there are also, of course, a number of other requirements that they need to meet. And, Madam Speaker, we know that some people who participate in these programs, and they do so successfully on a temporary basis, it would be more difficult for them, in some cases, to do it on a full-time basis. Sometimes there's issues of, sometimes there's issues of substance abuse, if we can be frank. Sometimes there are just people who have been involved in some sort of family dysfunction situation, so they have emotional challenges. Sometimes it's just depression, other mental health challenges. Madam Speaker, there are a number of things. And one of the things I think we need to be able to do, this government has recognized it, and we have been working on this, is to create a program through which we could design features where they are working full-time, they're getting a pension, they're getting insurance, but also, Madam Speaker, we might still be able to do a temporary employment situation feature as a part of this program, perhaps twice a year. But when we put a program like this together, we recognized all of the challenges that exist. We recognized that we needed somebody who could understand and appreciate, in terms of the administration side of it, who could understand and appreciate the challenges that are faced in some people being able to transition into the regular workforce. And Madam Speaker, there was one particular person that was a driving force assisting with this. Unfortunately, that person became temporarily unwell, hopefully, but I think we will be able to utilize the services of that person down the road. But these are the types of issues that we feel must be done. And I think the mover of the motion, in his narrative and his presentation, I think he recognizes the same thing, that we need a solution, we need a way for people not to be on this treadmill constantly for year after year. We need to be able to help people, give them the dignity of employment, and give them the opportunities to be able to transition out, say perhaps in 12 months' time or 18 months' time, transition out of that situation into the normal workforce. That then obviously creates space for others who may need those same opportunities to be able to engage fully, to be able to take the benefits of the assistance that elements of the program would offer. And they could in turn transition into the normal workforce. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we call this program, I know the member from West Bay West took ownership for the Pride program, and I can't say I know exactly what the origins were for the NICE program, but this program, without any reference to that, was called Strive. It was to be called Strive Cayman, and that is what we're seeking to establish, Madam Speaker, a program which doesn't rely on us having to deal with whether a person can be a civil servant or not. This structure around this program, Madam Speaker, as contemplated, is that it would be a not-for-profit company or entity, which would then be supported at a service level, with a service level agreement from government. That removes the issues of whether somebody could be employed or not, whether they could qualify in accordance with the normal civil service rules, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we see that as a program which could employ perhaps 200 persons a year all around, and then perhaps on a temporary basis, perhaps twice a year, maybe another 150 to 200 persons that could participate on a temporary basis. And then as soon as there is space within the program, those that are interested in participating on a full-time basis can do that. I think we all know, Madam Speaker, that there are some who They're happy working twice a year. But there are many others that want the opportunities to be able to develop, to be able to overcome the challenges that they have been facing, and to be able to transition into the normal workforce. And Madam Speaker, this program would facilitate them participating in life and job skills training, help them develop their ability to go out and interview, their ability to do resumes, better understanding of what's exactly required in a normal workforce that they may not have been a part of for some time. They may never have been a part of it on a full-time basis. So this is about providing real opportunities to Caymanians to both contribute, earn a normal living, earn the benefits, and then also be facilitated in their ability to develop further and transition out of a program like this into the normal workforce. This, Madam Speaker, would provide real value, not just to the government, not just to the individuals, the communities as well. The ability to keep those communities clean, the ability to see those people and see the pride that they might have in being able to do those jobs, and then transition into the normal workforce would be invaluable, would be priceless, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the motion that has been brought is a motion that reflects the kind of program, and perhaps this program may even go beyond that in terms of being able to help people, being able to provide this temporary assistance, but a platform which goes beyond that, Madam Speaker. For the individual, it's the ability to secure the potential to secure long-term employment. It's that restoration of their sense of pride, their sense of dignity. It would increase morale. It would develop those employability skills so that they are far more resilient if they ever face challenges of not being able to readily find employment at some point in the future. The good thing is as well, Madam Speaker, that it does dovetail well with the new financial assistance legislation and provisions and actions that are contemplated under the Ministry of Social Development. That is one of the ultimate aims. For the government, the benefit is we are helping people. We're further reducing and chipping away at that unemployment, those small numbers of unemployment that I mentioned the other day. Reducing the risk of negative impacts with individuals. Giving them opportunities, Madam Speaker. For the community, it is the ability to wrap ourselves around these individuals, provide services, help these people who need extra help, and watch the pride that they develop in helping their community while we're doing that for them. It would ultimately decrease reliance on financial support that the government would have to provide. It would have a plethora of other potential benefits for those who perhaps have fallen afoul of the law previously. It could very well and would hopefully contribute to reductions in recidivism, helping them to feel that pride and that support system around them, which would allow them to resist temptations of being involved in anything which would put them and cause them to run afoul of the law. And of course, we have cleaner, beautiful communities with the important work that these individuals do right now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, we have been working through the budget which will be presented shortly. We are looking to put in place a system which will accomplish all these things, Madam Speaker, both on a more permanent basis, but with some of the short-term benefits as well. So, Madam Speaker, what I've described here very closely aligns with what the member for Georgetown North and the seconder, who hasn't spoken yet, but I'm sure it would be along similar lines, I guess, in support of the motion number 4. So the government will support the motion on the basis that we are doing a program which is going to implement and achieve all these positive things that I've outlined. And it happens that it is fairly closely aligned with what has been described in the motion and in the words of the mover to the motion. Madam Speaker, we will have the added benefit of having had a much improved labor force record, which reflects record levels of Caymanian employment or low levels of Caymanian unemployment. Whatever the level, Madam Speaker, a program like this is going to help those people who are on the margins sometimes, those people who perhaps only want to work twice a year, but those people who have the potential, and it will help them to realize that potential, Madam Speaker, to become a part of the full-time workforce. And then we will see Caymanian pride, then we will see incredible morale, and they'll be setting examples, Madam Speaker. There are those people who will be watching them thinking, if they can do it, I can do it as well. So there are immense benefits across the spectrum for this sort of approach, Madam Speaker, and we intend to move forward to implement this, and on that basis, we're happy to support the motion because of the alignment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The elected member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wish to speak briefly as I seconded this motion. I am happy to hear what the Honourable Premier has said. The government is prepared to support this motion because secretly they have been preparing a similar program, which I guess they are going to unveil in due course. The slight reservation I have is that the Premier and his government have a habit of accepting motions such as this, of making statements and promises which then seem to die a natural death. In December of, we have an example, in December of last year, in an effort, I believe, to push the whole issue about changes to the Gambling Act to one side, and to not have to address the promise of decriminalizing the use of marijuana, the government, with great flourish, announced that it would proceed with a referendum on both issues. We are now at September the 21st. I asked two questions, two parliamentary questions for this meeting. One in relation to when the referendum is going to be held on the gambling issue and when it was going to be held on the use of marijuana, decriminalization of marijuana issue. Neither has appeared on either or the paper this week. And since this House now meets with such rarity, today is 10 days since the start of this year that this House has met. In my almost 23 years here, I've never known such neglect of the parliamentary process by any government, however bad they were. And so, those two questions won't be answered, not because of the usual excuse that civil servants haven't been able to prepare the answer, but because the government hasn't been able to make a decision. Those are policy matters. All the Premier had to say was the referendum is going to be held next year, 15th of March. That's all. And so, Madam Speaker, my concern at the Premier's glib response just now is that it is likely to be treated in the same way, where this critically important issue of ensuring that there is no Caymanian who is willing and able to work, even if they don't meet all of the usual employment requirements, even if they have some of the conditions or issues to which the Premier referred, will have an opportunity all year long to earn a decent wage, to be able to avoid having to stress NAU or members of this House or anyone else to help them pay the basic expenses of life. This is a critically important motion. And so, if we ever get a budget come down here this year, I hope that this does feature prominently among the social programs that the government has in mind. Because we cannot, in good faith, tell our constituents that government doesn't have the money to run a program like this when we got $1 billion budget with all kinds of fancy projects in it. These are the kinds of things that matter most. Making sure that every Caymanian has the basics that make it possible for them to live a decent life. This is but one. We focused, the opposition, on the housing issue. I so regret that COVID came upon the world when it did, for it prevented us, a government that had the momentum of a previous term, from getting some of these things through that we would have gotten through had that not happened, but it is what it is. We left a lot of groundwork there, not just on this issue, but on other issues, which had the government taken ownership of them would have allowed the government to actually have achieved some significant things in this term. But so far, it's been almost 2 years of spectacular unachievement. Lots of speeches on the radio, not down here because we hardly come down here. 10 days in this calendar year. Anyhow, I have a special speech about that, Madam Speaker. I'm going to save that for the appropriate time. But I just want to say that I do hope that the Premier is sincere in what he has said about this program. Or if not, he shall be reminded about it if and when the budget does come down here and members in the opposition have an opportunity to speak. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the motion wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do. Should be short. Madam Speaker, once again, I thank the member from West Bay West for his support and his comments. Once again, he was spot on with some of the things that he highlighted during his comments. Madam Speaker, it is the issue of litter is a real issue that we have to deal with. I mean, you walk down any street, and 3 feet deep into the surrounding hedges are bottles and cups and cans, 3 feet deep. Beaches are littered. When the one little cleanup crew that poor DEH has that are responsible for keeping roadsides clean and stuff, they are trying their best chasing that NRA cutter. The NRA cutter moves at about 2 times the speed, 10 times the speed, plus you got several cutters. And when it becomes that, and I was a minister, I know, you said don't cut it. I said, but sir, the grass is starting to grow into, the trees are growing into the road, it's becoming a hazard, we have to cut. And boom, when they cut the paper, the cans, the bottle, everything goes flying. Then it's even worse, it's exposed. You take a walk down, I invite any of you to go for a walk down West Bay Road. Choose either side. Choose either side. But as we say, the land side is worse. But you cannot walk 2 steps without seeing garbage. You cannot. And again, 3 feet into the bush, layers and layers of garbage. Madam Speaker, our parks and our sporting facilities, we might as well don't have them little green cans because they are full and overflowing. Full and overflowing. You can drive right there on Eastern Avenue and look at the basketball court there. At any given time, you have 1 green can, and that is full all the time with the overflowing garbage next to it. Picking it up once a week isn't going to resolve that. I'm not casting blame on anyone, Madam Speaker, but it is an issue we have. We buy parks, we buy land, we make parks, we buy beach, we make beaches, but we don't want to spend the money to take care of them. Everybody wants to buy a park, everybody wants to buy a beach, everybody wants to build a facility, but the poor little 5, 6 people that got run around cleaning, all of them are working themselves to death. working themselves to death trying to keep it clean. And as good Caymanians like how we like to be, we pounding them to death, criticizing them. If somebody go public beach and walk in the bathroom or Smith Cove one time and see one speck of sand on the ground, oh, Jesus. Madam Speaker, it is a real issue. You could ban not even plastic, you could ban paper, ban every import, and let's go back to eating with our hands, and our beach is going to be full of plastic coming out of the ocean. We can't ignore it. It's now our garbage. It's now our garbage. We have to pick it up. You feel embarrassed sometimes? Many of us. I go to the beach sometimes, or I go somewhere, I haven't been no Barcus long time. I go, you know what I end up doing? Sometimes I actually take the bag with me. But other than that, I walk around and look, find a couple t-shirt bags and start picking up garbage. Same thing when I go and exercise. I fill the bags, tie them up in the tree. When I get home, then I got to remember to drive down and go pick them up where I tied them up in the trees. And Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier for his contribution. Again, I don't care what we call it. I really don't care. The name is not important to me. What I know is I have unemployed constituents who I know are willing to work and for whatever reason cannot get work. Sometimes it's not training. I have unemployed constituents with Group 4 licenses that NRA won't hire or DEH won't hire. Maybe because they had a speckled pass. As part of being there's a beauty of being a part of a small community is if you leave your wallet home, you can still get a tank of gas or something like that. But the negative side of it is you make one mistake, you're tarnished for life. And I have constituents with Group 4 licenses that apply for every job that come up in the government and can't get a job. Yes, they have a pass. Yes, they do. Madam Speaker, we heard it from the member from Bordentown West. We can see it. Some of the major projects are closing down. Some are starting back, but there is going to be a major lull. We will see a drop. We'll see an increase in employment, in particular in the construction industry. Unemployment, rather. And so I agree with the Premier. We need to be innovative and just not do these little 2-3 week spells. It is not enough time to give anyone meaningful employment, but most importantly, meaningful training so that they have an opportunity to move on. Not long enough if the person needs rehabilitation, that we can work with those agencies or counseling. If you don't see more and more these days, some of our Caymanian people, young ones too, walking aimlessly with a daze in their face. If you've never seen it before, just go stand out there by post office for half an hour in a day. Go by the waterfront for half an hour in a day. And you go, wow. You say, wow, these are the people that we need. They're our people. They're ours. And these are the people that we need to stretch our arms out to. These are the people that we need to bring in and say, hey, we are your safety net. Hey, we're going to give you employment. We're going to give you training. What are your problems? Let us contact this agency or that agency. Which leads me, Madam Speaker, I said it in here before, no, actually it might have been on the radio, because we haven't been here that much. Madam Speaker, I've had the issue of dealing with homeless people in my constituency. Straight down the road between myself and Minister Bryan. Who do I call? Are there children involved? No. So not children and family services. Call the police. Well, all I can do is move them. Well, where are they going to go? Just down the road somewhere else. Why is a healthy-looking woman living in the back of a building and drinking alcohol? Run in the car too. I'm telling you, I have a few. But why? Why? And what agency is going to pick her up? What agency is going to pick her up and help her? Who is that agency? Who do I call? I don't know who to call. You know what we did? Because we couldn't do anything else. The beat officer finally just got them to move. 3 weeks later, they're right back where they were. Who assesses the situation to say you need mental help? Who assesses the situation to say, oh my goodness, you suffered abusive, you had an abusive husband, you had to leave, you turned to alcohol? Who listens to that story and who can help? Who do I call? Which minister? Which minister do I call? Madam Speaker, we hear the Premier, and I agree with him on a lot of things he said. Temporary programs aren't enough. 2-3 weeks isn't enough. It's an issue I think we're having even with our prisons now, where because of overcrowding, prisoners aren't there long enough to become properly rehabilitated. The programs, they can't finish their programs. I agree, some just can't handle continue. Some cannot be employed for more than temporary terms, and that's why I said you could do cohorts. But you could still try to work with them, or you might find a niche for that person. I won't call any names but how many of us remember the gentleman that used to take care of Georgetown with his little cart and his broom and his shovel? Georgetown was spotless, you know. Spotless. You see Pirates Week the next morning, spotless. Badabanu next morning, spotless. People otherwise may have said he's unemployable, but they gave him that one task. And boy, did he do it well. 7 days a week. There wasn't a leaf on the ground. When I used to drive my son to school through the waterfront, you look out there and as you reach the center of town, and there's cups and things left there from the night before, and people wash off their patios, and everything is right there on the side of the road. So even those that we say are unemployable full-time, maybe the guy lives by that basketball court I was talking about, and we say to him, that's your responsibility. And he has pride in that. Every time there's an event, he's right there with the bags and telling people, you know, you got to put away stuff, and he makes sure the lights, he has somebody he can call, a supervisor, say the lights are on, the lights are off, or somebody broke the backboard or whatever. You'd be shocked. You'd be shocked when you give. It's like your kids. When you give, you think your kids can't do anything. Then when you give them responsibility, or they go off and leave you, and you realize, oh, you're more responsible than I thought you were. Right? So, Madam Speaker, if it sounds like I'm passionate about this, it is because I am. I sponsored cleanups in my communities. It makes no sense. The garbage is right back there. On the other side, when I sponsor the cleanups, the guys that are working put their hearts into it. And I'm like, why aren't you fully employed? But I can't afford to do it more than 1 week, every now and then. So, Madam Speaker, I know that there are members over there who certainly will say to me that you may be as passionate about your people as I am, and you may be as passionate about the situation we're facing with litter, but not more than I am. And so, join me in voting yes on this motion.
The question now is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers creating a full-time national community enhancement project to give meaningful employment and work experience to Caymanians experiencing long-term unemployment or finding it difficult to access the labor market. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
Madam Speaker, may we have a
Elect-
division, please?
Yes, sir.
Honorable Wayne Panton. Absent. Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly. Absent. Honorable Kenneth Bryan. Absent. Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernard Bush. Absent. Honorable Dwayne Seymour. Honorable Miss Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Aye.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell.
Aye.
Miss Barbara Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Sir Alden.
Aye.
Mr. David White.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Yes.
Division number 17, I have 14 ayes and 4 absentees. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 4 of 2023-2024 is duly passed. Honorable members, I have been advised that our meal has arrived. And before we take a break, I want to thank members for agreeing to the staggered lunch arrangement today, as well as a shorter lunch period of 30 minutes. This is a way of making Parliament more efficient, especially when we have an order paper that has 9 motions down. And as far as I know, tomorrow is Finance Committee, so I am trying to ensure that we get through the order paper. With that being said, we have completed 4 motions, and we have 5 left. So we will take a 30-minute break for members to have a hot meal, and we will return at 7:15. Thank you.